Alright, that was annoying, but hey there, E here, and we are back with Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where last time we finished up the investigation into that one mutant cult. Yeah, I had a few more locations we had to go to, but we finally found out where they're hiding on the ship. Turns out it was the crypts, and wasn't a super huge battle, but still a somewhat difficult one. Ended with only Irrelit and Kibellah alive. And we did learn that, well, one, we actually got confirmation that it was a gene stealer cult, but we also learned that they had infiltrated the voidship about 40 years ago from the time of playing, whatever, at a particular station. Yeah, the station is on the way to Kiava Gamma, so we'll be taking care of that as we head down there. And why is not my game audio going? One moment. There it goes. Probably. Anyways, so yeah, the station where they entered is at Kiava Gamma, so we'll be going there whenever we finally get around to getting to Kiava Gamma. But anyways, after that whole thing, we started to make our way to Footfall Station since it was nearby. Had a small date between Gamma and Kibellah, where Kibellah sewed Gamma's eyes shut. Bit odd, but it was an experience. And then we met with the voidchoir master once again to do a little therapy with him regarding his issues with the previous voidchoir. So resolved that, got a nice little staff room, though we can't use it. And then we finally went back to Footfall Station, which we are in the Shadow Quarter right now. So we'll be getting on with checking out what's going on in the quarantine zone, assuming it's finally processed. And then we need to meet with the liege, talk to him, make sure our food shipments are arriving. And then I believe that's all we have to do here. Yeah, there's a task for an architect, but that task is also within the quarantine zone. Part of the reason why we had to wait for this. Aside from that, I don't believe there's anything else at Footfall Station. At which point then we should be able to head towards Kiava Gamma, though there is going to be a slight change, well, slight detour. There is that Eldari. Yeah, the Eldari ships that we have to investigate that are slightly off course.
Blood.
But yeah, we have this to deal with. So, first time we were here, we made a bit of a mistake where instead of properly requesting access to this area, we instead just sent them in supplies and tried to have them deal with it themselves. Yeah, here's why we had to wait for this. I believe they've all more or less starved.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Or at least most of them did. Death dressed in black to walk the streets, and so does sow disease. More survivors on the thoughts. Reverend Rams is teaching on the path of Saint Drusus. This thin pamphlet exudes a faint caustic smell like that of fresh inscribed ink. Our being is steeped in degradation and no longer can we imagine existence outside it. Are you capable of perceiving the depths to which the heinous miasma has rooted itself in our lives? Pompous aristocrats indulge in despicable revelries behind their tall palace walls, and planetary masters vie to possess the greatest luxuries while you and your family choke on your corpse starch slop after a grueling work shift. Millions of soldiers die in the dirt to combat it, xenoprofanity, while their commanders, their duties forgotten, squabble among themselves, seeing every death as nothing more than a stone in the monument of their own glory. Scholars pursue forbidden and mind-twisting knowledge. The righteous break the oaths and spread lies. Arbides thieves worse than any criminal would. Okay. And you are sullied by vicious degeneracy of which you are not even aware. The pernicious rot is all-pervading, for there is none who has not succumbed to it. Does it frighten you to be in their midst, in our midst? Will you carry on calmly, living in the impious loathsomeness, hiding your gaze from the world and hiding the world from your gaze? Will you become like a mindless servitor, or will you honestly realize the sheer baseness and repulsiveness of creation? And then you will renounce your former life, and you will accept your new life, and relinquish your worldly affairs, and follow the road that was paved for us by Saint Drusus, warrior and conqueror of the sector uncharted. Leave behind the sacrilege-ridden world, and as is our immortal emperor. Immortal emperors will join our sacred crusade to walk the path that leads out of the murk of apostasy and irreverence and into the darkness of the unknown and unfathomed. It is in this darkness that we will light the candles of true faith, for only in the fires can we still find motes of light. Something about this feels like it almost leans into heresy. I gotta talk to the lead exterminator guy. Is the quarantine zone safe now? Well, it depends. We figure everyone who could have died is dead and rotting. These parasites don't usually live on corpses. We threw a few expendables in the quarantine zone, and we can say for sure that it was thirst that killed them and not disease. Yeah, a bit questionable on that.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Okay, they have a much larger area down that way. Hidden goods, toxic knife, fun. Oh yeah, we're supposed to give Kibellah a few different melee weapons for her dual wield. Yeah, these are a little on the weak side. $711, $712. And $1520. Much better, I suppose. Each attack with this dagger increases damage by +1 until the end of combat. And it stacks. Could give her a chainsword. Or that could give her Drakari weapon proficiency. Give her some Drakari weaponry. Yeah, that's heretical. Prisoners at Shank. High damage, but no extra abilities. Chance to inflict bleeding. Her class automatically adds bleeding per attack. Yeah, 4 swords. Yeah, this one's just a basic one. Basic greatsword. Solid verdict. That might have been her original weapon. It's only 1420 and it causes bleeding, but I was gonna say her original attack, or her attacks now cause bleeding, as I mentioned earlier, but this one does have a special ability. Critical hit, sword inflicts 1 stack laceration. $610 for the heavy bolter, unstable flamer. Sure, go with that for now. And I thought that was the door. Open areas of skin have turned into one massive burst ulcer. Fun.
Just as he ordained.
These people do not die from disease, it seems they simply fought to death over remaining provisions. Good citizen, go ahead and activate the elevator. Down a ship, no problem if disease spreads.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Random vagabond.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
And what did you see?
Operation successful.
More adverse influence. Yeah, what did you actually see?
My warp sight reveals
There it
something.
is. Yes, someone was hiding. The sound of falling objects from behind thick sheets of metal, followed by angry hissing. Quiet, I said quiet before someone finds us. I already found you, open up. No, never, we're not letting anyone in. Please have mercy, don't kill us, we're not infected, I swear. It's them, they're to blame, it's them. The bleeding is cut short by violent wheeze and cough. Sure, not infected. Who are they, who's to blame? They are everything But just please spare our lives, we know where the disease came from. We do. We know another coffin fit interrupts the woman's words. It's them, those mutants. They have a hideout somewhere under our block. We used to see them skulking in the shadows all the time. The two families who died first, they had dealings with them, traded something, and they caught some mutant blight. I know they did. Those mutants are very tough. They're always sick with something. But they do not die, but ordinary people definitely do. We got lucky though. We're alive, we're getting by. The disease could claim us. Couldn't claim us. You say that, but you are coughing quite a bit. Alright, we'll have to verify about the mutants. We're not lying. Look for the entrance, it has to be close by. Yeah, still no idea what Pascal had found.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake. I do what I must.
Okay, so there's the entrance. More amber letters. Mine entrance about caved in decades ago.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Melted charge. Right, that's what we're missing to access that hidden area on the frozen planet. I think that's what it was. Melted charges. Pyromaniac boots. The wearer cannot suffer the burning effect by walking over burning cells. The wearer inflicts 3 additional stacks of burning whenever they stand on burning cells. Okay. Interesting. Is that everything? No, it's not. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I already saw this one.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
What did you find? Yes, awareness has succeeded.
What lies beyond?
Yeah, what did you find? Said you found something, but nothing popped up.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Right, we can't access that one. We really need to find a shop that sells demolition. Or that just get incredibly lucky and find someone around. Indomitable Rage. Or the Cybermassive, okay. When Cybermassive hits the apprehended enemy, the Cybermassive gains a stacking +8 bonus to strength for 1 round. Cool. As well as just a general +10 weapon skill, and they deal 100% more damage, okay. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that was the item that popped up. For whatever reason, it was not appearing. Okay, mutant time.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
And they are hostile.
Let us seize the moment. Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Give me the power to eradicate my enemies.
The stars are my canvas, and anarchy is my brush. Another anointed.
Okay, starting off with the moment dead. 13 enemies. Strong mutant over there. Really hope these are not the same mutants that helped out Gamma earlier. Spread disease. Plus 1 stack of the shadow corded disease effect on enemies. Increasing strength, agility, toughness, and wounds of all allied mutants by +7. Shadow corded disease. When disease creature dies, it creates a toxic area. The last 3 rounds and deals 7 toxic damage to any creature that enters the area or starts its round inside it. Also pass a toughness resistance test or gain +1 stack of shadow corded disease effect. Very well. Okay, most of our group goes last. We really need to get them more agility. So 2 mutants first. Good movement. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we can't proceed too far. Yeah, I probably said this many times, but I really wish that you could see the movement range. Probably said it during this, maybe said it during Phoenix Point. Either way, very true. Okay, probably this. Oh. They just have a ranged attack. Stinking mutants. Can get a free shot with this one.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, I think they're all just going to pile on, tossing those stink grenades at us. Can't reach that one. You are going to survive. Maybe it's just these mutants, the ones with 200 or so HP. Do they all have that spread disease ability? No. Okay, yeah, it's just these ones.
Death comes in silence. As honor ordained. As the tenants demand. Come, the other side awaits.
Oh, right. Further opens the sync cloud. Why can't we use that from above? We have melee weapons. Oh, with the sword equipped. That's why.
As honor ordained.
Yeah, they're probably immune to the toxin, aren't they?
The shadows will feel down. I shall not fail. Protect me. Your sacrifices inspire.
Protect me. Yet I knows no pain.
Pain is but an illusion.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to dispel that. Bunch of stupid mutants. You know that's gonna hit Cassia. That's gonna hit Kibellah.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Protect me.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. If I may, as demands.
One left.
Quick! Quick!
I can handle this.
Yeah, got a few more of those mutants that can use their stink clouds. It's annoying.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
And does everybody turn on the medical one? Alright, let Cassia die. Oh, Abelard gotta go. Really, brought Abelard. Forgot about that. Yeah, and he actually has some. Oh, nope, never mind.
Indeed.
For now.
Damage to bulk. Setting target parameters for check familiar unit. Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The scriptural problem faithful.
I've suffered worse.
Okay, we'll have Kibellah focus on you. You two, on the other hand, going to go first.
A tactically sound approach. One fewer target. Victory is imminent. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
The undying one favors you. Accept his gift.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cassia just died. Made a mistake spinning her so far up. If she hadn't taken the extra damage from that loser, would have stayed alive. Yeah, focus on you. You're unfortunately gonna get an attack in. Cooldown, yeah, round 1. So you'll actually get a use for it anyways. So either way, they're getting gassed.
I am your blade and shield.
Okay, so going double daggers was not good. It has to be swords. I wanted to understand why she wasn't getting extra attacks with that, because we had a dagger last time. No, we had an axe. Yeah, maybe shouldn't. No, the swords, okay, they're in the cargo.
Trust me. As honor ordains. Ugh. not die in dishonor.
So we have you and then you down there. Four.
Schemes within schemes.
I still don't believe you can do anything. You're not gonna get any movement. Just 3 left. Yeah, you're already back there.
I feel nothing, fear nothing. Aim for the heart next time.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Omnisire. The Omnisire knows all, comprehends all.
Indeed.
4%? Why? Yeah, why are you suddenly having trouble hitting them? At least this might make a move. Or not.
I'd rather not. What is the ring?
Trust me. As the tenants of the thing, it brings me no pleasure.
So, who's left?
A genius at work. A wicked thought. Let's see. A wicked thought.
This way!
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
All that disease.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running binary override. My vow is
Follow my lead.
Okay. You're able to hit him that time.
My place is at the fore.
Did not mean to do that.
The storm approaches.
Yeah, accidentally double press spacebar. Let's get Kibellah's turn.
A genius at work.
And you're just short. No, you have the range, but not the line of sight.
I'll do what it takes. Suffering is part of the trial. Running binary override. Setting target parameters for tech familiar units. The Omnissiah knows comprehends all.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Really?
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
This man was blocked off. Okay.
It will be done. An exemplary strike. I will do my duty. It will be done. I took care of this one.
Not so much for waiting for the situation to resolve itself.
I've suffered worse.
This galaxy is my playground.
Traumas, okay.
The machine guard grants me insight.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Imperial Pride. Bolter. Cool. More teaching the Pathos Intrusus.
Ooh, how intriguing.
Yeah, quite a few of those.
Applaud my brilliance.
During one of the locals, the head ranking were illegible, but it appears to mark the births and deaths of the inhabitants of this small community of mutants. There's no one to add the last entry. Well, they should have been hostile.
In this world, I am the rogue thread.
Pack of regions. Be the damage of all bleeding and of all bleeding, burning, and toxin effects applied by the user by 2. They were all crying for the Emperor. They all have the teachings Intrusus. Or the Hieronymus his teachings on it, but Maybe they weren't as heretical as I thought. But still, though, fighting the way they did, they didn't seem like cultists. Anyways, considering that we've, I guess, failed the portion of waiting for the situation to resolve itself, probably a different outcome that was possible. And we still haven't found an extra multi-charge.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
You weren't lying about the mutants. They have been exterminated and won't infect anyone else. President Emperor, you'll tell them, right? Right, that crew 3 or whatever they're called. Just tell them. Then maybe they won't kill us. I mean, they do still sound rather infected.
What lies beyond?
Alright, let's take care of the level ups. Talk to the extermination crew. And then I guess quickly head back to the ship, recover, and then we can head towards the Liege and talk to him. Oh, just boosting the heroic ability. Increase deflection. Oh, less only in combat. So is it all damage or just the basic attack damage? And then what can we do with you, Kibellah? Oh, ignores armor. Interesting. It's damage from this. As long as they actually have a dot on them, however. All enemies in combat immediately suffer bleeding, burning, and toxin. Maybe. Oh, this one seems pretty good. Converts dot damage into heals. Yeah, this would be really good if we go against another group of nerval cultists. Yeah, just do the same thing as Gamma. More momentum whenever they get a hit. Only -3 damage, but not that useful when they're taking like 20 plus, 20, 40 points of damage. Until the end of the next turn, they cannot die. I'll start in the next turn. Could be good. Up, instant heal. Yeah, probably just give you the overcharge as well. Oh, we haven't found the architects. Oh, we need the melted charge for that one.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
A few survivors remain within perimeter, but they pose no threat. I mean, that's debatable. They're still kind of coughing. So yeah, as far as these was back mutants, they have been exterminated. Listen, funny thing about mutants, we keep burning them and they just keep popping up. Well, thank you kindly for the help and the details. Okay, so that's done. Return the ship, visit Tokara. Really knowing that we can't just head directly to our voidship. Let's just head to Legion's residence. Let's load screens that way.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Not expecting too much for this. First ships from Janus has already arrived. They should no longer facing famine or the predatory interest of the Chorda dynasty. I'm glad I found such a generous and reliable patron. Naturally, your protectorate can count on Footfall offering the special consideration I promised you before. Upon noticing Kibellah, Lydian quickly assumes a bored expression. Carefully, without making any sudden movements, he wipes his glasses as if absentmindedly puts a hand under the table. Don't worry, she's not there for you. Oh yeah, about some of the things we did. The man who introduced himself as a servant of House Chorda asked to have a word with me, and then, after the nod, someone blew his brains out. Lydian doesn't look surprised at Edwards again. I presume those anarchical degenerates don't care whom they shoot. Be my servants, yours, or those of the employee of House Chorda. Yes, we are quite aware of that, considering the greeting that we had when we first arrived. I suspect this agent wished to negotiate a deal that would have you refrain from hindering Insignia Chorda's efforts to strangle us with a threat of hunger and demand obedience? If so, I do believe I will be mourning demands passing very long. I don't believe I will be. There's only one person listed to gain from this murder, you. True, but you did also risk Gamma dying, which would have been a more significant problem for him. Certain trapped in the bloody mayhem, beginning to resent how frequently the people I conversed with on the station wound up dead. Just I see. Was gonna offer my apologies. Now then about the Envers, Agitator-in-Chief. There's probably only just one small faction of them, or one small cell. Truly outstanding accomplishment, your leadership Footfall can now rest easy, at least until the next mad hula makes himself known. Exactly. What about station deals? Main dealer, okay. Yeah, so that's the opening up directly. Yeah, we saw all that
Yes,
when we
they
were
all
talking
will
to Danrock on the ship. Yeah, we can't finish that one until we get the... Oh, no, wrong place. Yeah, we can't finish that one until we get a multi-charge. You'd think it'd be much easier for the rope trader to get a multi-charge. Oh yeah, we haven't been looking at the planetary constructions. Flotsam, I believe, had finished his construction. Can we access it here, or do we need to... Nope, okay, we actually can. This one needs either projects or profit factor. Or are other things going on? Ooh. The Captain Lord of Foulstone has been upset by conflict between the followers of the Order of the Hammer and the refugees from the Winterscale dynasty of Maine. An argument broke out near the tomb of the renowned holy man Nicodemus Keefe, and the tomb was damaged in the fray. Programs revering Keefe's rival, Philippines of Malpi, claimed Keefe to be a thief who had stolen the relics of Saint Cognatius and violated the sacred mystery of his resting place to sate his greed. The Order of the Hammer is furious at their heretical statements and the desecration of Keefe's burial site. Who is this Nicodemus and Philippines? What is the issue here? Saint Nicodemus Keefe is a missionary who arrived at the Expanse alongside the founding founders of the Order of the Hammer, offering them valuable guidance for colonizing Foulstone. He converted many worlds to the Imperial Creed, but his most famous feat was a search for the burial site of the legendary preacher, Saint Cognatius, who conquered the Expanse thousands of years ago. Leaving behind scores of relics, Keefe was able to track down some of those relics. The order was named after the power hammer of Saint Cognatius, Piety's charge. Philippa means of Amalki is a priest from Winterscale's realm. He preached in the same time as Nicodemus Keefe and denounced him for the false veneration of Saint Cognatius. He believed that Cognatius preached the incomprehensibility of the highest wisdom to the people, and that any attempt to learn it would only lead to heresy. He called the search for St. Cognition's burial the blasphemy and the collection of relics looting and soliciting. In his opinion, the sacred objects should not be congregated in one place but should find haven across many worlds. The relics are power and their aggregation gives way to pride. I disagree with that part, not so much with the first part. Feels a bit incompatible, those two, the first part and the second part. He says that people shouldn't be learning the wisdom. But then the second part, he says that it should be spread though to everyone, at least artifacts. Warmth advises. For a group that has just arrived in a foreign realm, the Malpians conduct is insolent at best, and this should be imposed on them. We will send them on a pilgrimage to find the relics of St. Cognitus and learn the ways of St. Kieve. In this way, they will be of use for retrieving lost relics, and Order the Hammer would be satisfied with such just verdict. Yeah, that feels most reasonable. Argenta. There's a similar theological dispute at the Fifth Billion Council, and the conflict between the two cults was resolved in a sacred duel. When the champions from each side came forward, both sides vowing to accept the victor's teachings if they're lost. I proposed to invoke the council's edict and settle dispute in the same way. Not that useful. Yeah, you're kind of relying on them to be peaceful enough to actually accept a judgment. Blurb. They believe that their faith is superior. Let them prove it. Subject them to a severe test of faith. If they survive it, they will have proven their steadfastness. Even if the Order of Hammer does not accept their arguments, it will be easier for them to recognize a newcomer's right to interpret the way of St. Cognitus and to prove it with their own blood and pain. Maybe. Kibellah. The Malpians have renounced the concept of possession. The vows are true and similar to ours, but they lack humility and reverence for the dead. The blood, sweat, and wet would embrace their leaders. We could teach them, we could soothe the turmoil. Yeah, I doubt they'd be so happy to be given over to the blood, sweat, and web. Malpians display impressive zeal. I charge the Order of the Hammer. Welcome 100 of the new arrivals into their ranks. Let them learn one of those ways and come to accept their distinct paths towards the reverence of Cognitus. Wrapped in shrouds, consistency -1. Where the wearer deals damage with a melee attack. Gain +11 temporary wounds. And deal additional damage based on what? Oh, temporary wounds divided by 2. I mean, could be good for Abelard, or yeah, could be good for Abelard or Kibellah. So 10% increase in profit factor, 10% lower production speed. Okay, get the map on shot with this. Latency up, efficiency down. Soul pattern power sword. One-handed, okay. Fortune 214, decent damage. Good for Kibellah. Get into Bloodspun Web. Ooh, St. Cognitus relic. Kibellah gains 5% chance of reducing incoming warp damage by half. It's only warp damage. Security is up though. Blade answers Greaves. Moving through cells affected by reading blood or blood file costs aware less movement. And Heinrich's St. Cognition's relics, okay. Some good items. But yeah, the different what we do is going to lead to different events. Might go with the trial of faith. No, that only gets us the shroud. No change anything else. Yeah, good for some interactive. Could be something good, could be something really bad, though. Yeah, however, I'm not sure if complicity can actually go below 0. Yeah, the thing about Kibellah's teaching is that you make them even more zealous and then actually give them the skills to kill. So maybe not. I'm leaning towards one of these two. Trial of Faith would force them to interact. Yeah, welcome some of them into the order. Alright, so we actually can't go below a 0. Whatever happens, we're transferred into the Order of the Hammer, and the two teachings were forced to coexist within the walls of one monastery. Profit factor up. The High Throne, security up as well. Profit factor 31. Can we actually build something now? No, we need profit factor 35. We lost so much profit factor. You boost complacency. Doesn't exclude anything, so it should be fine. More profit factor than this one. Yeah, it doesn't look like these block, except for this one. Yeah, these two block each other. These two block each other. These three do not, okay. Fellowship of the Void. We'll do Touched by Holiness first. I'm gonna talk to Downrock on the ship, see if anyone is actually selling any melted charges.
Tapestry of
I
a world,
don't believe they are, but
I
wouldn't
am
hurt to
the
look.
rogue thread.
So very regrettable wasting all those melted charges with Solomorn on that one world. Should have just gone back to the ship, picked up Argenta for it. Terracotta you are. Yeah, I picked it up in case we can give it to Kibellah. Cloak of Retribution, maybe. Yeah, that's a Force Sword. Interesting, increased toughness. Yeah, I think all the melted charges were just early on. And then we wasted them. Oh no, they're right here. Tier 9. Good try. Yeah, we don't have anything expensive to give them. Don't give everything, since occasionally there are events that do require some of our cargo. Yeah, these are so not worth all that much. But it's clearing it out. I actually think it's only going to get us one level. Okay, 2 levels. About 400 short. Almost there. We don't have anyone who has that ability. Endless Flame. Yeah, I already picked up one from the Heartless. I suppose we could always get these and just toss them into the cargo. Do that and we sell it back for reputation. Anything we can sell for you guys? No, okay, just the ship components. Right, take care of the level ups. We're just gonna have Kibellah with us all the time, but I guess just in case. Could be good, removes the armor on a target. Or half of it. So yeah, useful for boss fights. Right, so then, swords. Yeah, there's guns. We'll try one sword, one dagger, and then see if that works. Low damage, but high rate of fire. Oh right, you lost your bolter because of your injury. We need to give her more strength. Eleven, 17, 7, 12, 6, 10. Rate of fire 8, so 80 or so. You're gonna 64 with this one. More recoil. One-handed flamer. Right, and we didn't go with this one because... Right, because it fires at a... yeah. It fires in a line. Let's try it out. Might be misunderstanding that damage pattern. And then we give them back the medical bags. Yeah, about that cape. Air reduction and armor penetration. Saturated cape was good for that. Although you do get more temporary wounds. Whatever they deal damage. Not sure if it's gonna go over +5 or if it will. Yeah, not sure if the +5 is a cap or not. Yeah, because with how many attacks she can actually do, that is a lot of temporary wounds. Let's try that for a little bit. No, that's the Imperial ship. And then this one we were told not to approach it. Okay, those people moved on. I guess they move on whenever you interact with them. They're the ones asking for information on volcanic worlds. Yeah, this one was the one with the gene still a cult origin. So we'll be heading there later. So the path will be Amorius, Cradle, Platinum, and then okay. Top of the lower decks, stop providing status reports. Few days had passed, and the box system broadcast anything other than subdued moans and wet slapping noises. Okay, it's lunch time. The Enforcer Squad sent to investigate reported that the denizens of lower levels are requested to adults and succumb to depravity. Right, the burning world. There was a reason why we didn't go there. I think it was because... Yep, couldn't pass one of the checks for that one. What's all the drifting void ships? Those ones we already dealt with, or are those new? Did they add random void ships to the map now? No. Alright, where are you going? No, I remember what this one was. That was the possessed ship from Kiava Gamma. Yeah, logic. Kept on failing it for some reason. Even though we have a pretty good chance of passing it, still pretty much failed it every single time. What is one? Class seal? Oh, there we go. After many long hours spent analyzing the auger data, Tech Priest noticed something unusual. A number of constructions of artificial origin can be detected under the planet's surface. They are too vast and peculiar to have been created by humans, but the geometric shapes and other properties clearly indicate they were put together by sentient beings of some kind. Unfortunately, there are traces of human activity next to the mysterious constructions. It was like somebody found a way to land the planet and set up an archaeological dig. These ancient monuments have been stripped of anything of value of interest, but other burning worlds may yield new discoveries. Right. So that's why. This wasn't the world they're looking for, this was a world that they had previously found. It's adamantine. How many do we have right now? 3. Yeah, I think that world only like 2 or 3. Kibellah known to have invaded his temple and plundered the incorporeal relics of our ancestors, slaughtering devout worshippers as they went. I have October's among the casualties. Oh, okay. Almost lost Danrock there. Had Master Montig and Mr. Starbuck not arrived in time. Yeah, fortunately Master Danrock survived and remains conscious. I'll be in great pain and implores the ship to come to the temple and hear his confession. Kibellah, and so it comes to pass. Kibellah's somber voice that fills the broadcast. I performed a reading of his tarot after the morning watch siren, but the visions sent by the dying one were too indistinct. I saw rivers of blood flowing towards the bones of the dead, and a blurred figure laughing, treading upon the ashes of the fallen. It is now clear that the dying one desires me to follow the figure's tracks. Thus my hunt begins. Yeah, swap out Argenta. It's Solomorn. Might need Pascal for his lockpicking. Almost want to swap out Castle for Erlet. Tassie is strong, but feels too much like a cheat code. Yeah, we never solved that relic. Getting a lot more interaction to the ship this time around.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Relic has been stolen. Oh, Adelbart is still alive. What about this relic? Nope, okay, it's still there. Okay, the power mall. Which relic was stolen then?
Lies beyond.
Oh, this one. Did I completely miss these relics the first time we come around? Master's arms is broken orders. Confessor Adelbart is murmuring a prayer, and then First Master is a circling chapel with keen eyes of watching for threats. Kibellah quickly sweeps her gaze over the destruction before focusing on the bloody footprints that stretch from the ruins of the reliquary. Generous. The factotum's velvet coat is streaked with blood, and Janus himself is deathly pale. Medical officer is working on the black gunshot wound in his chest. Doesn't quite look to survive, and Janus grunts faintly with every touch. He focuses his eyes on you with tremendous effort. Forgive me for not greeting your ladyship with a bow. I must tell you, Nemesis has stolen the great relic. Again with Nemesis. You know, we're trying to be nice, but Nemesis keeps on antagonizing. Yeah, first off, how badly is he wounded? Losing a lot of blood. Medical officer casts a word to look at you. Advise you to hurry. Master Danrock should be in the curtains table as soon as possible. I'm holding on your leadership or not. What matters now is to recover the relic. The factotum groans as the medical officer pulls the blood-soaked bandage aside and shakes his head dolefully. Summer preserved Master Strong's life long enough that he might address you. His fate now rests in the hand of the Emperor. May he show mercy on this selfless man. Alright, so what happened here? Serfs in red headscarves burst into chapel and started shooting. Litter made for the relative remains of honorable rogue traders brought here in sullied crypts. And when I realized the sacred ashes of your ancestors were about to fall into the filthy hands of the heretic, one intent on desecrating the glorious dynasty. No, that could not be allowed to happen. I blocked his path. Terrence briefly closed his eyes, gathering his strength. That allowed him to vow insults against me, which I obliged to admit, but I did not give in to the provocation and was hoping to give myself some time. Then the so-called Nemesis started reviling the customs of the ship and berating the officers and forces, insulting the very name of your leadership herself. I threw my glove in his face and demanded a duel. Then all was villain and just shot me. He laughed at me, the depraved creature. He wins either from a new burst of pain or from the memory of the humiliation that he so recently endured. And then he committed sacrilege by stealing the relic and shattering the sarcophagus. Forgive me. I have failed to preserve the sacred ashes of your ancestors. First off, how exactly did he insult? Dare not repeat it. I insist. He called you a ghoul who sits on a throne of bones, feasting on the raw flesh of her servants. Rude, but at least it's just generic. Also, why do you wish to see us so urgently? Actually, no. Yeah. I'd apologize to you. I had to repent. For many years, I did my best to serve your dynasty, but at the most crucial hour, I failed. Shames, gorgeous in my pathetic, cowardly heart. I had to tell you deeply how remorseful I am. I really hope he doesn't die. Yeah, I will not let you die here. Proud to serve the dynasty. Oh, did we lose out on and check out the altar? Einrich, did you see anything? I did not. I was on my way to offer a prayer when I heard gunfire. Are you going to end up being Nemesis? When I got here, I saw a massive Darmok, and I think the next thing I did was suppress his wound and spout curses. Einrich looks at his bloody hand in confusion. So much for being a heroic repairman. I wasn't much use, was I? Nemesis, kid, another spin on the old wives' tale. This old wives' tale was blessed with amazing corporality. Whoever he is, the red scarf went by the name. I spoke very impertinent. Dare to mock your generosity and sneeringly thanked you for the supplies used to pacify the serfs of the Foundry Bay. Found him boasting that his fighters had made use of the gifts. Just another ignorant rebel, wrapping himself in a crimson rag and wreaking havoc for the duration of the commoners. Not this time, no one has ever dared to raid the upper decks. Never in the ship's history has the fury of the rebel been so blind and fierce. Yeah, if they are getting so arrogant as to think that they could just take over, they're just going to be exterminated. Yeah, no point in blaming Jocasta, considering that we were a bit soft on them, and then got repaid with violence. Okay, let's go ahead and go strangle the Nemesis. May the Emperor protect you. Dr. Messiah's roll back and his enormous frame gives a convulsive shudder. American Alvarez snatches a syringe of stimulants and speaks indecisively. Apologies, your ladyship, but we are taking Master Darmok away. He's unable to tell anything more at present. Every second delay could cost him his life. Einrich watches the limb-bodied factotum get carried away and chews grimly on the low stick that has appeared between his teeth. So what do we have so far? Master Darmok is on his deathbed. All the attackers are either dead or have absconded along with the sacred relic. And the witnesses all agree on this one thing. Nemesis and his accomplices came out of nowhere and struck us suddenly. Only the throne knows where we can find these bastards now. You'll find them sounding with voice and full of terrible fury. We'll turn this vessel inside out. There's nowhere even a void rat can. Kibellah, there's no need. The blood's whispers will lead us to Nemesis. Those words make the two exchange puzzled glances. Don't insult her. She's doing the best she can. So then the blood whispers, did you perform another divination? Yes and no. Estero guided me here and told me of the evil that lurked in the shrine. But beyond that, the blood path carelessly tread by the raiders will reveal the truth. Okay, so just a basic blood trail. With all due respect, Spinner, forces have already questioned all the witnesses and compiled an extensive list of evidence, none of which tells us anything about how or where the troublemaker calling himself Nemesis might have escaped to. Thrust in Kibellah. Kibellah sharply turns to face the crimson splashes on the floor. In the walls of the shrine, her pupils dilate, threatening to drown her irises in darkness. Her expression turns distant, her voice becoming low and strange. His blood is drawn in a pattern of retribution. The one who spilt it appeared later. They moved swiftly and fiercely, numb to their own wounds. An enforcer who was drawn to the gunfire went into sacrilege, probably. As for this pattern, Kibellah points to a barely visible chain of scarlet droplets. It was made of fury and desperation. The one who left it was wounded, but they did not flee. They fought back while they could, and then they retreated into the darkness. Kibellah's eyes closed and she fell silent. Then she exhales sharply and points a silk claw into the darkness of the maintenance tunnels hidden within the walls of the shrine. And you mean all that from a couple of blend scenes, or did you have a vision? There's no need for relations from the Undying Emperor here, the one who has dedicated their life into understanding the tenets of the web. That speaks a language clearer than any words. Blood writes the chronicles of the final hour and records all the answers. It speaks to me. It can tell me with what instrument it was built. Was it what its owners felt, whether they struggled in terror or were as cold as the steel of a blade? At what moment and how the thread snapped. For a spinner, no two moons are alike, and each scarlet drop carries a message from the Undying One. Super advanced forensics. Heinrich, I'm glad she's on our side. Scratching the back of his head, smiling wryly. Okay, so then if the attackers have escaped the main tunnels, we can send the forces after them. The attack corridors extend hundreds of meters in different directions. Nemesis men must be familiar with the tunnels and possess either a map or a guide. Without a clear trail, then forces risk getting lost and losing valuable time. Not to mention the fact that those narrow tunnels are perfect for an ambush. That is very true. So we still have no idea where to find Nemesis. Maybe. I mean, it depends on how extensive the tunnels are. You could see where they linked to, and then try to figure from there what would be like the best locations that they could have staged at for the group size. Also, if they had to make a quick getaway, wouldn't it have been super far? Tunnels only answer the question then how he left, and death will tell us where he was heading. Ooh, there's more. As if in a trance, Kibellah leans over his body and peers into his eyes. He stinks of smoke of singed coveralls, wild glow sticks of burnt sacred unguents, and charred meat. She slides a pale hand along the dead man's skin and snips under the sleeve of his coveralls, which she pushes back to reveal a fresh burn bandaged with a torn scrap of shirt. Her steel claws dig heavily into the dead man's arms. The wound holds the answer. You dressed carefully. Not inside the shrine before that. Something struck you, ripped the tissue apart, burned you. Turned your hand into a worthless lump. It was not fire, no. Drawing a dragging breath, Kibellah opens her eyes. The fury of the conductive charge, it has marked you, heretic. I recognize your wound, while myself have encountered it on those I take it to the side within the plasma drive chambers. Again in the plasma drive chambers. So you're certain that I'm going to bless me with the ability to see the truth in death. How can anyone doubt the religion to his best and bestows? Heinrich, I can't say it's worth drawing conclusions based on a conversation with the corpse, but if it is, then I concur with his demon spinner's findings. The first man spits out the chew up low second and produces another. All that about burns, the conductive charge, and the smell of cheap low immediately makes me think of the plasma drive technical apartments. Makes sense to me. Alright, Sarbak, gather the enforcers. Kibellah, no, Domingano, you must stay. You're the one that the Democide has challenged. And those who hunt know you by sight. You will frighten away the prey and we will lose the trail until the next tragedy occurs. Okay, so what do you plan then? I will go to the plasma drive chamber alone. I will track down the false champion and I will serve him. And I will prepare the grounds for your own hunt. Jocasta, Out of the question, a force of squad would certainly scare off the vermin. But I'm not letting you go alone, servant of death. You and I will go to the chambers together, and together we will bring down all who have dared to insult the Lord Captain. Eindrick. Ooh, new party. I'm going to have a couple of good friends in the plasma drive chambers, and those kind who know everything about everyone. Visiting them shouldn't be difficult, especially if I pull a few favors. It'll be the three of us then. What a company, and like scream out. Every laughter echoes inside the shrine. This has been a neat addition from the DLCs. Switching up the party like this. Kibellah, there's an awkward pause. He takes a long look at the officers' faces before finally nodding her assent. So be it. But not like this. Watch it like your faces, your guys are too conspicuous. Kibellah is right to be recruited to use a disguise. Chikasa, the forces will procure regular work clothes for us. We'll carry only inconspicuous weapons that we can hide easily in our tool bags. It will help us blend in with the crowd. But before I depart to hunt the Nemesis, ask the Domain Gamma, ask the Domain to bless me. I pledge never to leave her side, yet the hunt demands I do just that. Grant me this permission by performing the ceremony of twining. Kibellah nods towards the altar. When your people have taken leave under the gaze of the Undying One, you begin the rites. What is the ceremony? The rite of blessing of a sacred hunt. Let the Domain cast their shadow in the path of carnage under your benediction, as well strike harder and tread more softly. Very well. With your permission, Lord Captain, and then First Master and I will take our leave now and set out to prepare for the descent into the chambers. Eindrick, we dare not intrude. Okay, ceremony time. Kibellah, sit down now, Domain Gamma, and listen. Let the ceremony of twining begin. Using a finely honed blade. Is it going to be twining or twinning? Anyways, using a finely honed blade, Kibellah carves an intricate symbol into the floor. She then produces a small bundle wrapped in incense on laden parchment and sets it alight. Kibellah, you are my Domain, I am your blade, and I am armed by your blessing. My arms are strong while your will is strong. And as long as the Undying One hears our prayers, my feet will go unheard. The blade kisses her palm, and dark blood begins to trickle and spread over the bottom of the ritual cup that has just now appeared in her hands. Neat trick. All wibbly wobbly. With our blood, with our will, we shall spin a scarlet web, the symbol of the hunt. May it herald our prey's demise. Kibellah puts the dagger into your hand. You suddenly feel how heavy your eyelids have become. Your heartbeat slows inside your chest. Her words linger and then rush through your mind in a deluge. The heavy scent of incense envelops you and makes your head spin. Okay, make a small cut on your palm. Pain gives way to a burning sensation as Kibellah grasps your hand and squeezes it over the ritual cup. But this new discomfort is quickly replaced again, this time by dull numbness and the faint warmth of blood flowing from your open wound. The twining is the blood oath that I have made to my lady. Kibellah dips her fingers into the spilled blood and traces a symbol, first on her own forehead, then on yours. It appears to resemble a blade that is cutting through an intricate knot. Anoint me with your blessing, Domain Gamma, and may the ceremony of twining commence. Kibellah's face blurs before your eyes, no matter how hard you try to focus and dispel the vision. In place of her face, you see a death mask, a broken skull with hollow eye sockets. Be merciful, those whom you hunt may be victims themselves. Pay your loyalty to the flagship. Be ever our city guide during this mission. That'd be someone blessing. Can we finish this up? No. No, don't rush it. May your fury and resolve be unshakable. Yeah, should we ask her to be merciful? Or that just go with the standard one. May your fury and resolve be unshakable. See strange things within you and without. Question it, maybe? The skull grins benignantly. You're learning to see what is hidden behind the familiar shell. If you practice it years later, you'll be able to see the truth even with your eyes closed. Or with the eyes sewn shut. Yeah, I'm gonna have to decide on this. I feel like these are all gonna kind of have a pretty big effect. I guess we'd ask her to go merciful. Be merciful to those who you hunt may be victims themselves. I mean, should we really do that though? Nemzai would definitely not be a victim. I guess it could always be some people who are deceived. There's no turning back from those who have defied the leader of the arc. Who have treated an arduous path of service for the sweetness of false promise. At least not commonly. But remember your words. Kibellah, think for a moment. Your body cannot accompany us on this chase dominated by your spirit. There's nothing a spirit cannot do. The twinning is complete. You and I are now bound by the blood oath. Think of me while I hunt, and I will think of you. Become a thought flowing through our mind if the Undying One is gracious to us. He will send you dreams, and in those dreams you'll see me. If he is more gracious still, those dreams will be truthful. Is this some kind of sacred sorcery? So I become a part of you? What does that mean? Avert forgo interweaving of souls. Yeah, question this a bit first before moving on. What exactly does this all mean? Your spirit will come to me to the plasma drive chambers while your body remains motionless. If the Undying One graces you, you will hear what I hear and see what I see. You'll think my thoughts as if they were your own, but if you shout out to me, give me an order, I will not hear it. Only the ripples of your mind can reach me through the winding thread. Okay. So, a bit of an emotional link, perhaps. Yeah, it's just sacred sorcery. She snaps in irritation. Okay. Do not sully your lips with such suspicions. We are neither witches nor cursed sorcerers. We are his votaries. and for our true service we are thus rewarded. This is no profane sacred art, but the blessing of the Undying One, bestowing upon the spinner the blood-spun web, a thin thread of spiritual kinship that connects the face of the men with those of their shadows. Kibellah can call it what you want, but your senses tell you a different story. Fine thread of psychic connection has stretched between your minds. It is too weak to let you see or feel through another's consciousness, and yet it is too strong to be dismissed as insignificant. Yeah, isn't like all miracles in some form psych or warp phenomena? Yeah, it's pretty much always the warp or psyker phenomena. Actually, no, kind of like the same thing. Very low level then. Low level and safe, I guess. Very well then, trust you. You perceive a faint smile from beneath the death mask. Kibellah hands you the cup and begins tracing her finger around the bottom while whispering a prayer. Watch now, Gamma. What does thy seeing eye behold in the converging patterns of blood? She draws your attention to the symbols she has inscribed. You see shifting images in the blood, a spider crafting a fine web, blurred shadows that could resemble either a swarm of void rats or an enraged hound. Cross blades, a card of the Emperor's Tarot. As soon as your gaze lingers on any of them, reality bleeds through the fluid shapes. Expose the followers of Nemesis, finally closing on this bit. Soon your spirit will be able to follow me. I will be the servants to carry your body to your chambers where you will not be disturbed. Wait in silence and safety for me. The hunt has begun. Kibellah's footsteps fade away, melting into the same impenetrable darkness in which your consciousness is extinguished. Back to the plasma drive chambers. So is it really going to be a party 3? Kibellah, still air, oppressive noise. The hum and whir of machinery drown out all thoughts. This place rings with tension. Is it the powerful energy coursing through the cables, or have the walls of the workers merged into a cacophony of indignant whispers and whispered prayers? Lost, mired in petty troubles, unmindful of duty, Rose's creek has been covered in rust, and the eyes are dimmed by the endless drudgery and lack of light. Here on the working decks of the Domain's great arc. I have seen it before. In these murky depths, people become creatures all too ready to devour each other for worldly gains, leading pleasures or imaginary freedom from obligation born from the abyss of spiritual emptiness. The Undying Ones punishes them through me. Disgusting mutations, abominations, reflections of vice are born in these shadows, and I will be their doom. The thread shakes, the web is taut. I step silently, may the great hunt begin. The thread shakes, the quarry always leaves a trail. We may not see it, but we can feel it. I taste the air, the scent of fresh dye with a subtle note of sparks. This is new, pleasant. The upper decks reek of luxury, but here I feel comfortable. There is something else. This is it. Where can I smell unguent? Low and burnt meat, just like inside the shrine. Time has come to spin the scarlet web. The web is taut, know the hunting ground. To find the enemy, I must listen. Inhale, exhale, inhale. The rhythmic beat of engines and pumps. That is the ship's breathing. That is the ship's heartbeat. Is it strange that I feel at home among the workers of the lower decks who pass their time like living dead? Warmth spreads in my chest. I like to think that Is the connection with the Undying One bound my and the Domin's fate together? Has blessed us and we hunt as one. Step silently. Darkness is our ally, merge with the shadows. What happened to Jocasta and Heinrich? Are they doing their own investigation? In the twilight chamber, barely illuminated by flickering candlelight, I become like them, the lost, mired servants. They will become unwitting allies in my hunt. Their hopelessness, their desperation, the thirst for survival will become tools for my use. I was at them. Where's the second spinner? We were supposed to meet here. You know that feeling when you're being stared at, but you can't tell who or from. Footsteps. Two are coming toward me. Familiar gaze. Those are the Domin's servants. Steel Mistress. I would not be surprised if the cultists have set out on the trail themselves alone. The spinners are arrogant. We are just another soul to them, a gift to offer death. Steel Mistress's voice is hard and cold like a will. I can see in her eyes that she dislikes me. She's wary, and so she should be, for we serve the Domin, not one another. Flaming voice. Is that what she's calling them, or is that their secret identities? Does this remind you of anyone at all, Jocasta? Man is enamored with fire. Even his words sound full of biting flame, and he himself enjoys playing with fire. Too much so. They bicker again. The mutual animosity may disrupt the hunt. Examine them. To the lay people, the two are now scarcely distinguishable from the common serfs. In a world where status and privilege are defined by appearance, a single piece of rotten cloth is enough to lower your standing. You become spectral hounds that follow the trail without drawing attention. Step forward. There she is. Welcome to the Pathfinder Chambers, esteemed holy assassin. Steel Mistress. You can exchange pleasant greetings later, Lieutenant Godlierda is on duty in this compartment. I have ordered her to gather information on all the workers who wear red scarves and who have recently left the bay. This is pointless. The red scarf is not proof of guilt. It's merely a symbol. It could be a trap. I need to find her. I will watch the enforcer and those who are watching her in turn. Flaming voice. Your enforcers know nothing about life in the compartment. I guarantee it. I have a better source of information. A good friend of mine who knows a lot about delicate matters. It would be easy to get him to talk. He's terrified of pain and death. No, who isn't? Only the faithless fear death. I will not trust him. Let him trust me so that his trust may become a snare for my hunt. Cut them off with a gesture. The method of hunting are not mine, but I take truth from the words and weave it to my plan. We need to provoke them into making a move. Strike out the spark that will ignite the flame. Instill a false sense of impunity, convincing them that they can and must act now. Intimidate them with impending threats. Yeah, I think the second option would be the better one. Fill them with a sense of impunity, convince them that they can and must act now. Yeah, they definitely took the opportunity to attack the shrine. Though they did respond. Yeah, they did attack or start up that one riot after that one enforcer punished the woman trying to get extra medicine. Yeah, so maybe 1 or 2 would work. Let's go with option 2, install false sense of impunity. The enforcer who answers to Steel Mistress is a symbol of order and obedience in these chambers. She is standing in the way. When she disappears, enemies will believe it to be safe to strike. And that will be a costly mistake. Oh, are we doing all of them? Intimidate them with impending threats. Flaming voice relies on a talker, one who keeps no secret and fears pain. An unreliable vessel is bad for holding secrets, but good for spilling them. Through him, I will whisper lies to the enemy, then strike out the spark that will ignite the flame. I feel them lurking in the crowd of my enemies. They are cautious. I must find them and let them believe their luck. Then they will shed their mask, and I will take them down. Such is my plan. They look at me in silence. They do not understand yet, but that matters little. I am on the hunt. Okay, so we don't actually control them. Is this the same map as the one we came in last time? Looks like it. So, where is that enforcer? Oh, is Whip the guy that's working with the Imric? An old burn spread across her body in a scarlet blotch. A look of contempt, a heavy baton covered in blood and symbolism. Blood and symbolizing boundless power. Like a fierce leather whip, she lashes with her both her and like a fierce leather whip, she lashes with both her hand and her gaze. What are you looking at, you beggars? You finish your shift, you go to the barracks, you start your shift, you check with the informant, get to work before Matilda comes to pat you on the back. Flaming voice and Matilda, I presume, is that wonderful, not at all intimidating baton on your belt. I guess our disguise is working, but I would rather not spend the next few watches in the medbay because of a misunderstanding. His breathing as quick and flaming voice always makes a jest when he's nervous or irritated. Do enforcers infuriate him? Yes, they do. Quite a lot. Infernus Master at Arms, apologies, I do not recognize you. Godirda, we are conducting an inquest. Answer disparate questions. I hope your report will be useful. Awareness is a bit low. No, may as well give it a try. Oh, day after day, she watches the serfs labor away, exhausting their last vestiges of strength. And there is no compassion in her eyes. There's simply a resource that she is commanded to use and then discard. She hates them because she blames them for her pain, her wounds. Bit of a misplaced anger there. So let the enforcers converse. Keep an eye on those around us. Workers hide their eyes, but I can hear the murmurs echoing through the bay. There is an impotent rage in their hearts directed at Whip, for she is the embodiment of the very order they despise. But why did they not realize that the enforcer is a shield as much as a lash? Some of the people I escorted to the other side looked at me with the same way. In the past I didn't understand, but now, do the lay people see spinners perform their duty to the Undying One, or enforcers performing theirs to the domain as monsters? Yes, they do. From their point of view, they're just doing what they can, and they're just being punished for nothing. Excessively so. Nothing is important during the hunt. Tell me what you know, and I will listen. A group of workers wearing red scarves were seen in the compartment just after the attack on the shrine. Foreman stated that they were at work on the freight line. No gunpowder on the clothes, no fresh wounds. Too many of them have started wearing red masks, and it muddled the trail, but we also found some red scarves and bloody rags in one of the shredders only shortly afterward. So they had clean clothes waiting, it looks like. We sealed off the excess and reduced the air supply to the maintenance tunnels in the absolute minimum. Now you can't stay in there longer than a few minutes without passing out. There's no way they could have left the plasma chambers. They are definitely in here somewhere. Like snakes, servants of Nemesis have shared the skin. The red scarf is just a distraction. Exactly. Yet they either want the enforcers to punish everyone and use that as propaganda for the other areas, or just punish the wrong people. Do I sense a touch of his will? The Undying Emperor wishes to bestow revelation upon me in this trying hour. His tarot show me the way. I breathe in essence made from the ashes and blood of the faithful. It enlightens me, lightens the mind, granting the grace of reading his sights. Reading his signs. Wave of epiphany sweeps my thoughts away, pulling me into a blessed trance. My fingers move of their own accord over the sacred deck and draw a card. If it's the martyr, it is the martyr. I see a tear of blood wash over the pale features of the image, and they shift, becoming Whip's face. A portent from him. The Undying One listens to me to take Whip. It means that Nemesis fear her. When her soul is delivered to the Undying One, the traitors will feel vulnerable. They will crawl out of the holes and fall into my web. Okay, Whip's going to die. The domain forbid the spinners to cut the threads of their subjects. We'll have to go against the will of my lady to protect her and the Ark. And if punishment follows, I'm ready to accept my duty to domain. My duty to the domain comes before my life. I know how Whip's thread will end. I cannot sever Whip's thread with the blade, for the serfs will recognize me as one of the spinners and lose all courage. But the spark of the machine spirit is in the plasma drive chambers has already claimed the lives of many. I will use this, and thus the web will be spun. Well, Jacasa's not going to be happy about this.
Follow the threads.
Restore technical fluid. If it leaks, the power of the conductive charge will spread and just imperceptibly across the floor. Then stain is that Heinrich's contact. Let's talk with everyone first, and then we will get around to sabotaging.
The web beckons.
Yeah, looks like she's just going to patrol back and forth. This is neat, almost like a hitman assassination. Shame for whatever reason I cannot get into that game. Maybe I should try it again one of these days. See, where were you? There you are.
My visions showed this path, and
many
Long time.
others.
Living voice, long time no see, Spindle. Tell me, what does a silence taste like? Guys, are they using a secret code without flaming voice? You would never even speak to me. Stain, everyone knows silence doesn't taste like anything. If you want to earn rations, you better start dealing with words. He speaks casually, but his voice is slimy and slippery. His eyes are as dirty as an oil-stained garment. Diffidence in his gaze and words when he turns them to us. He is unclean, and he knows it. He is unrepentant. That funny look, Heinrich. Are you here to sell or to buy? Before you answer, remember the first rule. Every word has a price. Steel mistress, I'm bargaining for information with this lowlife now. It is the duty of every serf to aid the rogue trader and her associates, freely and willingly. Yes, but you are in disguise right now. Oh boy, here it comes. Who's this with you, an enforcer and a spinner? You want me to dead. If anyone sees me talking to you, they'll snap my neck. So off with you. The peddler of words is trembling in fear for his life. I must extract an answer from him, but by what means? Wow. Persuasion. No persuasive ability. It does intimidate him, but no, try the medical. Quelling stimulated Neil's to loosen Stain's tongue. What is this? It's feeling so calm. Fine, ask whatever you want, but then leave. My rotation cost me a lot of blood, and I didn't earn it to have it trampled in dust because you people happened to stop by. One glance is enough for me to see your true self. You are a liar and manipulator, letting other people's secrets and not knowing how to keep your mouth shut. You become the bait, sowing confusion among the means and Nemesis who hope to wait out the lockdown. They think they have enough time. I will deprive them of that confidence. Where do you think stand in the plasma drive chambers? Speak briefly, speak sense. Stain, there's a bunch of workers in the far corner who now gather between every shift, whispering to each other. They don't invite me. They say I talk too much. Well, if they're scared of my tongue, that means they have something to hide. And of course, everyone's talking about Nemesis. Sure, the foundry and the chapel were big, but he's been helping people all over. A lot of folks are sticking with him now. You can talk my teeth out if I'm lying. Don't got many of those left anyhow. But I'll tell you this. Even if someone finds him, they won't rat him out. Feels like he's been taking credit for Gamma's her policies in helping the lower decks. Let's set up a snare. There will be a raid soon, be careful, I warn you, in appreciation for cooperative nature. What are you? That information is not meant for his ears. Really? Well, if that's what you all wanted, then go? Go, Satan, and be my herald. It's difficult to admit, but I do share the Master at Arms' indignation. We came here to get information about the traitors, not to reveal ourselves. When the renegades hear of the coming retribution, it will make them nervous, prone to mistakes, likely to give themselves away. But for them to take the bait, it must be compelling. Yes, I see. Yes, bait them with facts. So we know that there's that group hiding in the corner. Yeah, I'm guessing then that they are the final confrontation. Maybe then we just go ahead and, yeah, fry whip.
step, another thread.
Too early. Okay, there it goes. Can we just leave this, or does it have to be when she's here? Alright, we can just leave that then.
Follow my steps.
Well, not everyone's on board with that though. Well, I'm guessing she hasn't walked by yet.
Follow the threads.
I'm a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd. Lay people have huddled together like a herd being chased by predators. Faded gazes, bent backs, and crimson kisses of batons on their bodies. And yet shadows of smiles touch their dirty, burnt lips as a strange pair like a hammer and anvil sends sparks in the air with the words. Okay, so we gotta come back later.
Death walks with me.
We have to ensure that she is dead. Okay. Would have to be guarded. I don't know why the Emperor ordered you to kill her, but well, we'll see to it that she did not die in vain. And just like that, she's gone. You'll never know what she died for. And while the spinners go on, passing out whatever judgment they please. Oh, they're definitely going to be unhappy about this. Nope. Can't rotate, can't see this. There it goes. Yeah, same thing as before. If that appears to have worked, spinner, there's always charged with something. It's not the conductive charge that serves. They're stirring. What are those two talking about? Hammer and anvil. The enforcer's dead. The punishers from the ducks will soon follow Numpsight's trail. Is there a chance we need to act? Yeah, it sounds like Numpsight is not here. This is it. I can sense that the prey is close. They have little fear of giving themselves away anymore. They need a spark to ignite the flames. Something that will convince the Numpsight's followers that they are strong and that dominant servants are diminished. Listen to the rapid beating of hearts. Late people are frightened and angry. They feel impunity that sprouted like a weed among whips upon whips and demise. They feel the threat crushing them from their products and both imminent and inevitable. Wait for the right moment and then light the spark. They tell us that this is how it's meant to be, just because they were born on the upper decks, and we down below, in the darkness. Is it really by God Emperor's will that they grow fat on the fruits of our labors? Revel in luxury while we die without water or medicine? His voice rumbles and the leader will listen, the hands clutch into fists. Didn't we just send them a bunch of supplies? No matter how hard you work, they will wring everything out of you and give you nothing. Who allowed this to happen? The broke traitor, her name be damned, and groks on the throne, a tyrant throwing her bones to the furnace of her protectorate. Really? Shut your foul mouth, void dog. Loon voice, no, it's too soon. I understand your anger, but you must temper it. What did you say about the Lord Captain? One who gives you work, food, and shelter? Yes, my deadbeats, I can see why you have gathered here. And I will not let you start another rebellion. Why are you reaching for your boxcaster? If you do not disperse, I will give the order to vent plasma chambers. You have 5 seconds. 4. Anvil, the tyrant's lackey. If you do this, you will die with us, you madman. To protect the Lord Captain and the crew. I see you've never been in a furnace before. Their faces are twisted with fear. Will they retreat? Will they flee? Will the hunt be thwarted? No. A small throwing blade flies out of my palm and draws a scarlet line across Anvil's neck. If I had wished it, she would be dead, but she continues to breathe and to bleed. I just scream furiously as she looks for me. Yorkshire's assassins here, look. You want to kill me, find the assassin. The spark is lit. Ooh, big fight. Or not. Lay people press in from all sides, pushing and shoving. Their faces are ablaze with terror and rage, and a violent energy boils through the mass of bodies. Power will be difficult to contain. Frightened people are dangerous people. None was meant to go differently, but such is the Undying One's will. Furnace. One voice rises above the others, the voice of a burly bearded technomat. Low as the roar of a furnace, Furnace smells of sweat and a sacred unguents. He is not afraid. He merely pretends to be. Beneath the shudder of terror, I hear excitement. Wasn't this the guy we met earlier? Do we deserve to be executed, my brothers and sisters? Have we not labored with a sweat on our brow? Have we not perished from the outburst of raging machine spirits? Why did they call us rebels? Why are we being punished? Furnace's words make the crowds seethe even more. Take a closer look at Furnace. Strong and heavy, enormous hands whose blows should be feared. A great belly that has become a symbol of his success. He does not starve to those who follow him, will not starve either. A powerful leader recognized by the whole pack. Feel the flowing rage of the poor wretches. The flames burn high, for there is a strong feel in his heart. At his heart, these people have amassed many grievances. And forces are cruel to them, for they believe that fear eradicates treason. The officers despise them, for their clothes and hands are filthy. The quartermasters rob them and withhold what is owed to them. For the clan is not strong enough to make demands. They are vulnerable, their hearts are vulnerable. The Undying One commands us to spin a web to catch such hearts before they plunge into the abyss of treason. And so I am spinning the web. But there's something else mixed in the righteous indignation. Something that taunts them, excites them, angers them. It is something foul, hovering in the air. Aberration. Oh, so is there actual heresy going on? Okay, think about Dome and Gamma. I turn my thoughts to her, for it's her people that are standing before me. What would she do? The ones who thread I anointed with my blood. Already you are right, sirs, in everything but name, and then you ask why you have been shown the trust. You should be grateful to be blessed with toil and both toil and injury. Who would you be without them? Nothing but worthless rabble. No, that would just anger them. Which one you dare to call the word Captain Judgment unfair? Demand to see the accuser. Yeah, and I think that one was something that was already there. Yeah, go with number 2 then. Already your riders. Remorse frighten them, wound them because they're just, and that makes their anger swell all the more. Rot, why are you surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? A new voice, sandpaper rough. Terrors to the rumbling of the crowd, its owner a ragged and filthy, and feverish gleam burns in his eyes. His words inflame people's minds like rot feasting upon the wounds. Rot cries out mockingly. That's because you're afraid of them, but they're not afraid of you. They have the almighty baton. All you have is a source of power that feeds the whole ship. Why shouldn't they take you for granted? It serves you right, you cowards. His ugly shriek spills like venom and sweet and upon the sweating faces as they slowly draw closer and closer. Sense a smell hanging around the crowd. I take a deep breath, and something stupefying, noxious, and luscious disturbs my senses. This is no ordinary odor, but something subtle and foul. It carries the same stench as rot. Skinny and scrawny rot leers at me with his gaping mouth. His nobody has nothing. His body is wasted away from disease. His hands are 5 fingers short. His fate is sealed, and it makes him convincing. Everyone knows he has nothing to gain for himself, and thus no reason to lie. His poverty is his armor. Okay, back to the Domin. Yeah, I can't exactly save everyone. She only cares about her flunkies. The bile spraying from Mott's mouth sizzles in the workers' minds like acid. It is burning them through. We will not commit rebellion, but we will not allow ourselves to be slaughtered like villains either. The law and the Emperor are on our side. A young woman steps forth, slender and supple like a rapier. If they want to crush us with fear and death, let them kill us. It will only prove our righteousness. Not really. The ring calls a command, pressing itself in our heart, to the hearts, while stench of sacrilege almost knocks me off my feet. Look rapier in the eye. She is fragile, but there's a strength in her, an authority taken for granted and understood by everyone. Is clearly ready to command, with legions willing to die for such maidens. Beautiful and resolute as they are, she carries no banner in her hand, or she herself is a banner. Of course there are. Okay, give it a try. Hope we don't fail. Nope. None of them are steeped in corruption, and so this means of trespassing still intoxicates them. Their minds are captivated by how close they have come to the forbidden. They have not earned an immediate execution. Not yet. But do they deserve to be saved? Why save them at all? Twisted faces and bestial snouts, stench and spittle burst of form from open mouths. Staring eyes, clenched fists. They are standing on end and they are smothering me with their mass, pressing, demanding, lamenting, complaining. They are awaiting their offense, and like all offenders, they yearn to be punished. Okay, Dolmen time. Not quite what I was looking for. Maybe because we failed that warp test. I'd reload then. Death will claim you, but not today, unless you are truly keen to meet its embrace. The crowd doesn't answer, they do not hear me. Sacred promises death no longer moves them, where they'll fall under the enemy's spell. They surround me, threatening, pointing fingers, cursing. They dare not strike, not yet. But already their normal spell presses down upon me as the smell of blood in the air grows thicker by the minute. Stand firm, do not resist. Crowd presses forward harder and harder. My breathing is growing short. My bones are crunching. Somebody screaming in my face, I endure the stench. Okay, so there's no other option for this. I'm guessing they won't care, they'll just all laugh about the whole thing being treason. I can bear no longer the blades in my hands, sing and blood streaks across astonished faces. I'm done speaking and exhorting. I merely dance on the thread I have spun.
You're my brethren.
I dare not go the way I planned. Small blood lingers in the air, like the stench of impending defeat. Two bodies are sprawled before me. I have severed the heads. Third blasphemer has managed to escape. But his disembodied hand also lies on the floor, useless meat. Also, the Dolmen Gamma crowd mind irrelevant and harmful, though they are in this sacred moment. I do not immediately realize how foreign they are. Here now, why am I thinking about her now? Our friendly voice in are they still alive? Not yet, realize it's not an instrument that they are standing close to me. The voice is fiercely approaching all those who had only recently joined the revolt. Mr. still booms like a siren, picking her maul and threatening punishment. They are useless for the hunt now. Awareness? Very little, the faint trace of the vile mutation has twisted their bodies. Foul stench of corruption emanating from the meat that formed strangely colored brains on their crushed skulls that spawned the heresy of sedition. Oh, is this still the Tinsealer corruption? What would the appearance of the survivors tell me? Oh. They huddle in the corners ashamed of their own subservience. They try to convince themselves that the blood they so foolishly spoke would absolve them, but they know it's not enough. A thrill runs to the strands of consciousness. Is this Dolmen Gamma? Can I truly feel her again, or am I imagining it? I need to concentrate. My hand finds the sealed case in which his terror resides. It's time for a divination of the blood of the dead, revealed to me the name of the unholy master. Thoughts of Dolmen Gamma creep up from the shadows and leap at my focused mind like a predator. They claw at me, robbing me of my concentration. Why? I must not think about her. I must not wish for her to be near me right now. Suffering will banish all that besets the labyrinth. Prayer will restore my focus. Suffering. Not for using the vows absorbed in my skin. Nothing for now. And beyond this, but the memory of it still clears my mind. Yeah, before we go further, let's see if we can pass that one check. Can we reload? No. Never mind. His human blood gushes across the floor, and his tarot cards that line the carmine pat splatter. Everyone is silent and stares at me. I'm reading the omen. Draw the end, draw the beginning, draw the heart. Draw the heart. The harlequin inverted, lies, manipulation, a shadow play blocking my path. but is a lie exposed, a deception that must be revealed. Beginning, the Hound gazed at the card and its depiction of the Astra armored vehicle that bears that formidable name. Pursuit of truth, sacrifice, and victory. This is me, and I'm on the right track. Creature, a man who carries an idea and proclaims it. But who is it? Nemesis? One of his supporters? Someone already slain or someone still alive? The information is unclear, and so I draw a fourth card. It is dangerous to ask more than I want, but I must know. That Kibellah. His holy image watches me from within the card, and my heart grows frigid with the knowledge of what it represents. The Undying One has manifested his own in the traitor's blood. The hunt that has begun will be completed by the unveiling of the Great Deception. Our enemy is elusive because he has a powerful ally, one who espouses faith in the Emperor on the vessel. The ship's confessor is in the Nemesis. He will be the next prey. Oh. Is that why you didn't have a portrait? I should be thinking about the hunt, and yet my thoughts now lie only with the moment I will stand before Kiava Gamma once more and tell her what I have seen. Will she be proud of me? Will she be pleased? This is wrong. Now then, Kiava should reload that. Yeah, I just want to see if we can pass the warp check. I'm not expecting anything too drastically different. Okay, this is different. Alright, just try to zoom past this. Yep, full rage. Maybe the options leading towards Gamma aren't the right one. There goes a warp test. The technology can use a scent of rage. It is more than such a tool to weapon this typical trio. What should they use to influence the minds of laity, invisibly intoxicating their minds? Okay, so they are using powers. The crowd picks up flowering tree, then I delve down to its road and realize what it is that rejects his will so. Sacred Privilege is being attacked. He alone chooses who may journey to him, but these three instigators, they are determined to make the decision for themselves, dragging the souls all around into the fires of violence with them. They are impudent upstarts who have put themselves above him and above me, the second spinner of the bloodstone web, his chosen servant. The realization of such audacity burns in my very soul. Let's see if this brings up anything new with Gamma. No. Yeah, otherwise just kind of following the same options. Made treason, yeah, they don't cheer. Time for him to not resist. Yeah, nothing more. He has a couple of Starbuck and Monte. Yeah, and then it's all the same. Will not resist. Okay. The image of Domain Gamma comes to view, and I gaze upon it for an inexcusable length of time. I didn't know that the bond between us would be so strong. The Vizier did not warn me how important and precious it might become. I give into my weakness, and the confusion in my mind lessens. As your blood gushes across the floor. Okay, chart reading. Is it going to be the same? Yep, the Hound on the right track. Deception must be revealed. And then trying for one more. Yeah, the Aquila. Let's try one more time without appealing to Gamma. Yeah, see if that changes anything. Is that going to go to the quick load, or quick load is that just going to go to the last save? Okay, quick load. Once again. Maybe we could have ended it peacefully if we had checked this out first. Actually. Let's see if anything new pops up if we decide to leave them alone. Because yeah, part of this problem is that Montague tries, well, he gets a little too into it and runs them prematurely. Become a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd. Become a shadow and heed the voice of the crowd. Okay, so that one just popped up, but it's probably the same thing.
My visions showed this path, and many others.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is electrical. I don't think I need to remember that. Yeah, no new options. Yeah, just three different locations. Hold on. Be right back. Alright, let us continue. Okay, yeah, so all those just bring you to the same spots. Yep, and he can't keep his mouth shut. Strike at someone. Let's try remaining silent. Okay, nobody just have nothing to say. So you got the accuser? It grows still as though a sheet of ice has formed on the rolling surface of a water tank. No one dares to be the one whose name is spoken. No one dares to lead the crowd and lose the protection of anonymity. Why surprised? Have the officers ever treated us otherwise? A new voice, Sandpaper. Just because you're afraid of them, but they're not afraid of you. You say that, but they're afraid of standing out. Okay, trying to appeal with this one. That's the one we always went with. True, we could always just go all sorts of challenging routes with them. These vicious words have been heard and will not be forgotten. Do you think they could hide their mistress's disgrace behind such threats? Saying you'll not commit rebellion, but you are pretty much doing it already. Failed this time around. Okay, and then can't hear Gamma with any of those. I've tried threatening them. Nope, okay. They're all rushing anyways. One more attempt. Wow, what happened to... Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it is all the same. Can we actually talk to them? No. Yeah, this one nobody appears. This one, yeah, it just makes them angrier for some reason. Or that we just keep on threatening them. We're grateful for having been blessed with both toil and injury. Nor is frightened them, wound them because they are just. And that makes their anger swell more. Yeah, we still got that with the other option when we pointed out the other option. Oh. That's the domain. How is it we just run out here? No, okay. That just fails it. Yeah, sure, threaten rapier. I'm gonna try one more thing. Yeah, the threatening them with the blades right at the start. Yeah, make sure we're at least listening to them. Okay, so nothing new with this one. Yeah, stranger linking to Gamma does let her threaten them. Feel the blades. See, they're already itching to kill us. Okay, so this can only end in violence. Alright, then what's disappointing? Unless we had to talk to them early on. Oh yeah, let's see if that one changes anything. I think this one before Whip actually dies.
Another step, another thread.
Did we already talk to the guy over here? Yeah, but that was... Yeah, he was over here, right? Okay, yeah, we reset them on the way. So, just them talking about the rumors. Yeah, we have to come back later.
Follow my steps.
Well, she did her best. Where are we? Oh, the chambers. Alright, so we're dealing with Owlcat, the ship's confessor. I don't think we'll need Pascal for this. Yeah, then bring Argenta. Yes, the punishment squad. Kibellah extends a finger topped with a metal claw toward Confessor Adalbert. The divination has revealed that you stand beside the enemy Nemesis. Speak only the truth before the Domin and the Undying One. Adalbert meets Kibellah's words calmly with almost majestic resignation. A defender of the people and a tyrant's minion are two faithful servants opposing ideas. Two servants of opposing ideas. Two souls that have rejected everything else for the sake of duty. I now truly see that your collision with him was inevitable. Adalbert shifts his gaze to you and lets out a mournful sigh. I was warned about your visit, Gamma, as well as its purpose. Yes, and who alerted you? My son, the protector of those whose blood you feed upon, whose hard work has paid for your content in life on the upper decks of the ship. Oh, so it's his son, the Nemesis. I demand an explanation, Confessor. Your pet tormentor who extols death is right. I know Nemesis and system. Just like him, I am your enemy. Adalbert raises his voice, and in a soft tenor you hear notes of accusation, as deep as a rolling thunder. And I'm also the enemy of your cruel regime. Your life is dirt under the enforcer's feet, where a man has nothing to eat, rides in fear, and knows no hope. Sarlacc clenches her fists and until her knuckles crunch. You treasonous impostor to think I listened to your sermons and was anointed by your hand. You will choke on your words along with the teeth I'm about to knock out. Adalbert defies her with neither a word nor a glance. And you were so good at moaning about the servants you killed. You're not trying to lie, it's commendable. So you're a heretic then, and your rebellion is a struggle against the Imperium to the advantage of the enemies of humanity. Repent, for there is no fate worse than to be deprived of his light. I too desire better life for my subject to the path that need not be violent unless it make peace and change life on the ship together. I mean, true, we were trying that. Face facts, you're no champion of justice, you're a manipulator. Yeah, it's trying to bargain. Or just an IC. So good at moaning about the servants he killed. Yeah, he really doesn't care. I mean, yeah, we were trying to change things. Tortured doubt lingers in the confessor's face for a moment before being superseded by his former conviction. Even if your intentions are pure, you're too tainted, poisoned. Now the matter is clear. You are us. Peace and coexistence are impossible. Yeah, it's always all or nothing. Do you serve him sight or do you command him? I follow him as he once followed me. Nemsite is my son, if not by blood, then in spirit. I took him in as a willful child and I fostered the best in him. A passion for justice, the indomitable flame of a fighter, and unyielding determination. I have been preparing him for years. You have raised a living instrument that serves a purpose without question. Kibellah speaks cautiously, as if not entirely sure of her judgment. Yeah, this kind of her thing, isn't it? Such is his purpose, to be the hope, to break the shackles, in the centuries of torment that has passed aboard the ship. A great sacrifice for a great cause. He falls silent, looking at Kibellah expectantly. You should be familiar with his ways, except that instead of a sword of freedom, you were raised to be an executioner as a sword. What else are you lying about? One last confession, why not? He frowns and pulls back his collar, as if he were short of breath. I am not out of art. That's the name of an initiate from a clan of confessors who passed away from a disease many years ago. I was born in squalor on the lower decks, and at the behest of the falters, as we want to add something else. Really? So you're serving someone? And it was by the Emperor's command that I took Adelbard's place through deception, pretending to be him. The dead man had inherited much influence and many thrones from his clan, which hastened my successful rise through the ranks. But it was not for wealth and power that I did this. I accepted the burden of hard work to empower the common people, made the way for liberation from the oppression and justice, and my part is almost done. Kibellah whispers to you. I sense no light in his voice or bearing Domin Gamma. He feels and welcomes death with open arms. The moment favors us. We must learn more. He who betrayed his oath will not deliver Nemesite to us, but from his words we need divine knowledge of our enemy. Exactly. How did your deception go unnoticed? You were not there for those years of pestilence confessors. Pestilence confessors attend every deck and die in multitudes. New ministers were recruited in every part, in every port, at every station. Their names and faces blur together, and we recognize our kin only by their robes. No one knew Adelbard's true face survived that time. The Emperor saved me from being exposed. Well, this is not talking about the four-armed Emperor. Your liberation is rooted in betrayal and bloodshed. Well, of course it is. If people aren't going to listen, you have to go that route. This is war, Gamma. The war for our liberation, and we are willing to die and kill for it. Because our enemy is brutal and deaf to our pleas, you have deserved it. He resolutely places his hand over his heart. Jocasta Zarback reacts to his gesture with a due suspicion, sharply gripping her weapon prepared to eliminate any threat to you. Yeah, he's definitely not expecting to be saved. Since he's just a man, excellent. It's harder to kill a legend. The words of a tyrant inebriated with power and impunity, he smiles bitterly. Nemesis is an idea, and you have the arrogance to believe you can kill an idea made flesh. It is better this way, so keep underestimating him. Yeah, that was kind of explained to us earlier. That's just people taking on the name Nemesis. Are you hoping he will save you now? No, as expected. We decided otherwise. I am not worth him risking his life, so do not expect to capture him through me. My son has no attachments, for they would only make him weak. He will gladly sacrifice himself for his dreams of liberty and equality, and I must do the same. Only grieve that, thanks to your efforts, I cannot be near my son and ease his burden. Attachment makes us weak. Kibellah whispers in a very audible, and her whisper is barely audible. Means your face grow more dismal still. You made a weapon out of him, just as he's made a weapon out of you. Yeah, she's kind of reflecting on her own thoughts, isn't she? So, any last words? The shackles will fall and there will be nothing left of your tyranny, nor of you. Adabar speaks without hatred. His even voice is that of a martyr on his way to glory. Can let Kibellah pass judgments? Yeah, let her pass judgment. She is having all sorts of thoughts on this. Although I feel like maybe keeping her alive might be better. Kibellah takes a step forward and makes a straight, sharp, sweeping gesture as if crossing Adabar's figure or severing an invisible thread. Death has whispered your name, betrayer vows. The judgment of the undying one awaits you. I seem to have mistaken my humility in the face of death for submission. Adabar smiles weakly. It is not for you to decide my fate. I will make my choice myself. I will surrender my life in the fight for a future. I will die, but I will take you with me. He clicks his fingers, and the initiates who have been standing humbly around you turn in direction. The white robes opening to reveal a variety of weapons for Nemesis brothers and sisters for freedom. Oh boy, an ambush. Our captain is in ambush. They have been waiting for us. Starbucks shout. It's your ears and drowning out hurried footsteps and the clanking of glass steel. Oh, is Jocasta dead this time?
What an amusing attempt at defiance!
The angel's blessing awaits!
He has a grenade. Captain, death of the oppressor. Okay. Alright, let's start the battle, and he has quite a bit of HP. Okay, so Confessor is going to go first. Might, so what do you have? Oh, he has a flamer. Yeah, he's gonna set everyone on fire. And then Gamma just goes last. Right, head off, initiate Zeke them. And he parried. How dare you? Only 58%.
Naturally.
Really? Can't do anything. Oh, is it because he can't use his weapon because melee range? Yeah, he might not be able to attack since we're in melee range of him. And we are equipped with our staff. Okay. What is the fiery veil effect? There's something odd in the appearance and behavior of these people. Really? Aberrations touch? Are they all mutants? No, not all of them. They all have reduced fire damage. So our abilities won't be that good. Well, the surges do. You can inflict exhaustion. So the flamer won't be that useful. Which group is close together? None of them really. You're all the way over there. You have a fire grenade. I guess we'll have to fire on you then. Try to eliminate you first. And then Kibellah can focus on that one.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Are you firing me? Yes, you are.
Faith without deed.
Good work. And Kibellah can work on this guy. Or try killing him, then jump our way over here. Now let's just focus on this guy. What do you have? Oh, yeah, the heavy rock saw. Which actually doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Okay, performs several hits. Yeah, has armor protection. Several hits and then the all hits. Either all hit or none of them hits. Okay. Does it actually do anything else? Oh. All the Sergeant allies made attacked by my allies. Okay. Feels a bit unfair. Guess we can have Abelard take on that insurgent.
I bring mercy and retribution.
$13, $17, $14, $17, $16, $23. Let's go with this one. This one has a poison attack, right? Yeah.
The shadows will be done.
Poison and bleeding.
As honor ordains.
No blocks or damage.
By the web. Trust me.
The true believers will inherit all. We bring deliverance.
I'll revert to more conservative tactics.
The Sire's song guides me.
Yeah, that was a rather severe amount of damage.
Careful now.
Yes, our Abelard killed that guy. We can corner him pretty easily.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call. Target well struck.
Yeah, just so I can endure.
The angel will reward us.
Not cannon.
Faithful will ascend. We bring deliverance.
Okay, that was interesting.
Too bad, I'm still standing.
Okay, Solomorn. You're melee. Who is ranged here? Yeah, you have the last pistol. Double gunner. You have the Weber. Anyone exclusively ranged? Yeah, you do have grenades. Or that we can have, yeah, stick later onto the confessor. Maybe we better do that. That way we don't have to stick next to him. We can do damage to him every single round. Oh, I forgot to equip him with that one item that increases his damage.
Let's test our skills, Clayton.
Tempted to restart because of that. Actually, yeah, let's restart because of that. Forgot to equip their stuff. And that was a pretty good start too. Oh, you have a level up. Oh, this weapon makes someone fall prone. Two single shots against a target. Would actually be pretty good. Wait, let's get the bite. Let them fall prone is fairly useful. This ability removes the effects of apprehend and protects. Okay. Oh, did we actually already equip it? No, it's a different one. It's this one. Sent weapon skill, 100% more damage, okay. It's apprehended enemies are massive gains stacking plus 16 to bonus strength. No, okay, it's actually the same thing, that just that This one that can be equipped is missing the bonus to toughness. Ah, so there was no point in reloading. Well, fine then. So there was no point in doing this. Okay, the party's set. Do you want to switch everyone? No. Yeah, there's a mistake just to reload. Oh well. Alright, we just skip through all this dialogue. Alright, this one. Yeah, considering what happened, I'm guessing the number of what we do is just going to be a fight. For your crimes, I'll keep you alive. So I reckon arrest the traitor. Yeah. Kill Confessor Adamart. Oh, and this is a much worse reroll. Or much worse lineup than first time. Yeah, not enough. Yeah, the positioning is also worse too. First time we were right in front of him. Now he can move and actually fire his weapon.
The true believers will inherit all. Scorn the pain. We bring deliverance.
Odd. Adalbert did not actually go.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
And he didn't die this time.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Guided by faith. Doubt is for the weak.
Oh hey, this up to the grenades. Well, let's run up to the sharpshooter. Try to deal with him then.
The Emperor is on our side.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
The Sire's song guides me.
My worst day.
Away for a
Yet.
shot!
Definitely a worse start than less Ablard right away.
A dance of blades and shadows, as the tenets demand. As honor ordained.
Might be able to kill him.
Trust me. The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Okay, so we can jump once again.
As the tenets demand. As honor ordered.
Oh, you just have to parry that one.
The angel will reward us.
The Sire's song guides me.
Only the faithful will ascend. We bring deliverance.
Red ends in death.
Gentle it down.
Schemes within schemes. Oh, a wicked thought. What if?
Yeah, not a whole lot of damage.
A wicked thought.
I have to be able to kill this guy. Or I can have Solmorn send Gleito after the Confessor. Now let's have Kibellah go and get rid of this insurgent.
The shadows will see them.
The true believers will inherit all.
Alright, Plato.
Plato, we're undertaking this task.
Go here and then we can shotgun them.
Accepted.
Miss them both.
We bring deliverance.
Yeah, why isn't Adelbart moving? Aw, Harvey's dead.
A colossal mistake.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Done with this one.
That was so much damage. I guess we'll come back here for this. All the way on there.
Scar to my collection.
So we run down this way and kill him.
No. Trust me. Death is a blessing.
Okay, that worked. Should be able to come back here, yes.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As the tenets demand. Trust me. The shadows will see it. I shall not fail. As honor ordained, the other side awaits.
Okay, very good parry.
Trust me.
You also didn't give me a bonus to dodge.
The Sire's song guides me.
Strike me again. See what happens. Schemes win schemes. Let's see. A genius at work. Pain is but an illusion.
The angel will reward us.
One of us would be enough. Let's test our skills, Glato. It won't take long. I'll take it as a priority. Understood. One less.
Oh, okay. Because you flipped up.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
You're not even injured.
I need a foothold.
Stand still.
Take my transient gratitude.
Get me a target.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
Holy terror, smite your enemies. For the throne's glory.
Okay, 6 left. So 1 there, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Oh, it's right there. Can Gamma to get rid of you? Yeah, you're a little too far. Although... go here, jump here. What do you have? Oh, you have fire grenades. Yeah, let's go and get rid of this guy.
I am your blade and shield. As the tenets demand. The shadows.
Predictable downfall.
Weird way to explode.
Only the faithful will ascend.
Pain soothes my soul. Ha! What if? A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes within schemes.
No? Maybe you'll die in your turn.
Oh, a wicked thought.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Well, fine then.
Let's see to it.
Traitors are made of plasteel.
Why don't Glato kill this guy?
Glato, we're undertaking this task. Accepted. It won't take long. I'll take it as a prophet.
Your reckoning is due. Naturally.
As honor ordains. Soul be purged. I shall not fail.
Up dead? No, not quite.
As honor ordained. Killing. brings me no pleasure.
Another scar to my collection.
Just confess to Adelbert. He has done absolutely nothing.
Through the smoke and gunfire.
Really odd.
What if? Oh, a genius at work. Let's see.
Hold the formation.
Nice.
Understood. Moving into position.
So much extra damage from just pushing him around. So, Jocasta is still alive? Apparently so.
The heart next time.
The battle is over, and silence descends once again upon the chapel. Flakes of ash whirl quietly in the air before coming to rest on the blood trickling slowly across the floor. Kibellah, you got to see this Kiava Gamma. She leans over the confessor's body and slices off the edge of his collar with her blade, leaving a tiny scar in the back of his neck. It's just like the one the captured worker in the plasma drive chamber had, except this one has clearly healed a long time ago. Okay. So, still not done with the Tyranids, or the Gene Stealers. Yet he was not talking about the four-armed Emperor though. Very good at hiding it apparently. So he was connected to the genetic aberrations as well. Delightful. Exactly. We now know much more about the enemy. Kibellah ponderously runs her finger along the flat of the blade, about just how deep the poison conspiracy runs within the veins of your ship. The glistening web has wrapped itself around this base too tightly, and Nemesis can no longer hope to escape. How long has the Nemesis legend been running around? Has it been around as long as they had infiltrated? Or was it around longer? Yeah, because I know they infiltrated 40 years prior. But I forget how long exactly Nemesis legend has been going about. Jocasta. Her ruminations are interrupted by a furious hiss. Zarbeck snarls. It curses through her teeth and spits at Adelbart's smoking remains. Her left arm hangs limp and her face is mangled by shrapnel. Our captain, we have a prisoner. She points her weapon to the men hunched over in pain. Permission to finish off the cur. Initiate is Zik. Down with the tyrant. The broad-shouldered initiate, who calls himself Zeke, clutches a deep wound and glaring at you with hatred. Yeah, Justin. Question for you. I doubt you'd like the answer. Were you serving Nemesis for a cause or simply for money? Zeke flashes you a bloody grin, promises freedom. Freedom for the four-armed Emperor, right? So yeah, is he aware of the whole four-armed Emperor thing, or are they being promised something else? Where's Nemesis' hideout? Even the confessor didn't know what it was. He was afraid of spies, or giving his son's secrets away under torture. You see, you can't get to our champion. Well, we shall see about that. Are there any other senior officers helping you? Officers, huh? There's no one else among them who is pure. They only care about power and gorging themselves on the scraps thrown to them, or else they would have long since turned against you. Zeke can barely finish the sentence before he's beset by a torrent of gurgling coughs. How many more of the mutineers are hiding on the ship? I want to know your names, I want to know when we meet, everything. You're expecting quite a lot of honesty from him, aren't you? The professor said every department has people who fight for our cause. He promised to take me into the circle of our most devoted believers. Then I would know. But even then, I would tell you nothing, not even under torture. Okay, maybe he wasn't converted yet. Still, that whole gene steal thing, very difficult to eliminate. Ancient only looks at you sullenly. They were waiting for us, it was a trap. Jocasta, yes, Lord Captain. Automat has been warned, yet he chose not to flee. Instead, he stayed behind to set a trap for us. He didn't really believe his madness would succeed and would somehow survive. Unless it was a diversion. He did not want to survive, his only hope was to kill. Nemesis managed to turn his adoptive father into a blade pointed squarely at the Domin's throat. Just as Autobot himself had once turned Nemesis into a weapon. Neither of them feared death. Hyrax, too much evidence points to Nemesis being a killer morph, a special Xenos unit bred for subversion. The killer morph utilizes the discontent of the masses and incites them to revolt, with the end goal of removing local rulers loyal to the Imperium and installing gene stealer cultists in their place. This creature wears the mask of a populist leader, one who inspires the mutants to rebel, will not stop until one of you is dead. Of course it is. And that is Zeke. Now let's decide what to do with our surviving traitor. Do not kill him in vain, Kibellah shakes her head. Those who follow the tenets of the web know that just as we serve death, so too does it serve us. Allow the death of this man to become minister in your hands. Come again, pass up the traitor's body as that of Nemesis. Instill fear in his supporters. Then we will be forced to act to undo this deception, exposing himself in the process. There is quite potential with that one. What would that accomplish? Well, as Kibellah said, with how big this little event was, people may believe that Nemesis was personally involved, and if they believe that Nemesis is dead, it may somewhat shake the foundations of the rebellion, at which point Nemesis would be forced to act. Or it would induce other people to claim themselves as Nemesis to try to keep it going. Either way, it would lure out potential traitors. All warriors fight for something, be it fame, life, wealth, or their loved ones. Nemesis cares nothing for these things. He sacrifices his kin, scorns glory, and amasses no riches. I am sure he would gladly give up his own life if necessary. Nemesis fights for an idea, and so that is where we must strike. Make his idea bleed. and he will be obliged to respond, and whoever is forced to react instead of acting dies. Then I kind of classed it up. However, considering the whole gene seal thing going on, yeah, it may not be the best of ideas to let him be roaming free. Even if he wasn't initiated into that more inner circle, we don't know if he was corrupted in any way. Also, we should bring an Arrowlet with us next time. Yeah, she had a bit of she had a little something to say last time about the gene sealers. So bring her along. Could help. Okay, we'll do as Kibellah proposes. He makes certain that the Lord Deckers believe the hero to be dead. He will leave the body to hang for a good long while, that the hopes of mutineers may rot along with the corpse. That is one traitor doubled, Lord Captain, but how many more have been poisoned by the false confessor's heresy? A new spiritual shepherd must be pointed quickly to banishing mutinous thoughts as sown by the traitor from the mind of the crew and to strengthen their faith and obedience. Without the ship's confessor, the rabble will begin to whisper that the Emperor has forsaken us, and such doubts will only play into the rebels' hands. Ooh, heretical. Deal with it yourselves. Righteous fervor. Attacks and torpedoes gain +2 void movement points. The prayers of Confessor Arabella have aroused the crew to purge any and all foes of the God Emperor. Arabella seems familiar. Merciless salvos. With actually gains +15% critical hit chance. Sacraments of Confessor Tertius. Okay. Loyal crew member who's known for the strength of faith. Some of the children of the wood will recognize as their own. We do not want any outsiders. Oh, Bloodstorm Web. Was he one of the people we saw down there? Was it shields? Strength on each side of the flagship is increased by 10%. We might be strictly observed aboard the vessel, since the voidsmen are wavering in their faith, that the High Factotum will find a true servant of the ecclesiarchy elsewhere. And again with Arabella. Yeah, so we get more movement with our torpedoes and voidcraft. I think I'd rather go with the shields. Yeah, one local member who is known for their strength of the faith. Also, if we bring in someone local, it might help reinforce their faith in the establishment. As you command, I will order the chapel to be restored as well. Blessed shields. I will send agents every deck the next time the Messiah rears his head, which I'm certain will happen sooner rather than later. We will be one step ahead of him, and not the other way around. Wait for the enforcers' report. Kibellah. Starbuck starts away, and your gaze turns to the motionless Kibellah. staring at her own reflection within the pool of blood. So many tentacles. Yeah, she had quite a bit of thoughts. I'm guessing she is overlapping her views with Nemesis and her own. Something wrong? I'm thinking about Nemesis, my adversary. The more I learn about him, the more I see vague reflections of myself. A twisted reflection, perhaps, but all too similar. Like me, he was forced to tread the path of servitude from an early age, stripped of anything that might stand in the way of duty. A champion and a zealot left with nothing but an idea, forged and tempered by his mentor. I see you're different. He is a murderer, but you understand the true value of human death. You're indeed alike, and it's up to you to prove before the Battle Bird's gaze that the tenets of the web are stronger than whatever Nemesis believes in. Yes, believe you have been brainwashed. Stop looking for omens and try using your own judgment instead. Not my place to judge. You're different. He is a murderer. You understand the true value of death. I'm gonna go with 4, but that feels harsh. Yeah, could go this one, but tie her stronger to the blood-spun web. Let's see, which one? There, heresy, no. Kind of leaning towards 2 or 4. I guess you could always reload. Although, when did we... No. Yeah, I would have to be reloading before the battle, wouldn't it? I guess we just go with 2. That feels like the softest one. Yeah, as I said, 4 is a bit too harsh. Yeah, sure, why not? You are different, he's a murderer, but you understand the true values of human death. I mean, if it was alive, then, yeah, they'd probably definitely gone with that first, but yeah, sure, why not? It's true that the puppetry pulls the threads of other people's destinies, tangling and severing them. When it cuts these threads, it is only as the Undying One's commands. The time and position, I must stop nemesis in it so that I might save your subjects from premature death. Except for Whip, because I mean, like, you did kill her. And you did promise only to kill as ordered, but you still kind of killed on your own, huh? She looks away, but then turns back to you as if remembering something. Dome and Gamma, our conversation is not over yet. Please stay with me for a few moments. There's something I want to ask. Also, time is almost up. Kibellah makes a ritual gesture, but you notice her fingers tremble. Gammon, you need to know about what happened. You and no one else. And the fire is still burning. Bring the divination that revealed Adelbard's betrayal to me. My transfer was interrupted. Instead of converging on a single point, my thoughts were thrown to the intended path, but thrown off the intended path. I lost my thread. She looks up at you with distress in her eyes. What distracted me were thoughts of you. You were thinking of me. I didn't mean to complicate your ritual. Smirk, that is quite the confession. You have submitted to an opponent. You didn't even let a single blow. How does it feel? Weird. Alright, didn't mean to complicate your ritual. She shakes her head. I know, but your shadow blocked my vision when I was looking for a sign from him. I was able to restore my trance and banish all thoughts that didn't belong. But that's happened at all is worn. She pauses. Didn't we? But does it say where we focused on Gamma instead of banishing those thoughts? Oh, regardless. The whole thing went just only one path. You are dear to me, more than I first realized, but my duty is to serve the Undying One. What if, she falters and looks at you intently, what if your presence in mind in my labyrinth goes against the tenets? I doubt that God Emperor forbids our bonds. Thinking about someone you hold dear is perfectly normal. Why are you so distraught? Can't you observe even one small part of your life for yourself? Yeah, no, it's perfectly normal. You don't understand, it may be normal for lay people, but not within the Blitzman web. Not for me. If I lose control of what makes me a faultless weapon, then what will be left of me? Dome and Gamma, our faces are connected. We are walk the same labyrinth. Tell me, what would you do if your mind's worries were to dull your resolve and mar your spirit? Continue my duty, accept the appearance of someone important in my life. I was bound to throw things into a bit of disarray. Refuse to answer, try to real woes. No, I guess those all ended. Yeah, why would we refuse to answer? Guess I would accept the there's someone. She lets out a quiet laugh. Your life is enough disarray as it is. Still, your ability to exist in pandemonium without losing sight of your goal deserves some praise. Kibellah gives you a look of painful doubt and tenderness. Enough, let us go back. Before she turns to leave, her fingers are wrapped around your hand and squeezes it passionately. Tender moment while on fire and covered in blood. Impressive. Now then, on to looting. Power picks, don't really need those. Heavy leather armor, we'll check over someone. Enemy finder. If the target's otherwise a range attack fails a toughness resistance test with a -10 penalty, inflict exhaustion. Okay, what's exhaustion do again? Next successful attack against this character will score a critical hit. Okay. Could be good for Argenta. Fiery Retribution. Not enough strength. It's because you died. Didn't lower your strength. Yeah, you did. The broken ribs. Yeah, this would be good for you. The heavy rock saw. Yeah, we don't use those. Thunderhammer. Yeah, we don't use it either. Nope, okay. Praying. So some of these things still function. Rogue has been ransacked and sacred ashes of the past rogue traders have been stolen. No level up, nobody else. Is that it? No.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Now that should be it. Yes. Okay. After all that, let's go ahead and end it here for today. Didn't get much as far as I thought we would for the main quest, but we did finish with Footfall, at least for now. Still lacking in melted charges. So we'll be back at Footfall eventually. Once we get enough melted charges. But it looks like we are close to wrapping up the whole Nemesite storyline. All been pretty interesting. Wasn't expecting Gene Stealers. And they are very troublesome to remove. Yeah, very clear why some policies in the 40k universe are quite harsh. Yeah, I don't want people becoming food for tyrannids. But hard to do that when, yeah, their genetic mutants keep infiltrating everything. Yeah, I wonder if Nemesis... Oh no, we actually already told that Nemesite is a special type of gene stealer. Yeah, but I wonder if it was always a... If it was the same one constantly changing face, or it was it was a gene, it was that special type of gene stealer being born anew whenever the old one died. Although, why didn't the past people, yeah, the past forces, why didn't they detect any mutations or any problems with the dead Nemesites? Maybe this wrote it up as just some mutant issue and not actually gene stealers. You know, you think something like that would be a bit more that knowledge would be more known, would be more shared. Yeah, they really should be taking more care in examining mutants. So, anyways, as I said, we'll be continuing this tomorrow. Not sure if we'll get to the last part of this or not, but regardless, plan is to head towards the location of the Eldari ship that's in the nearby systems, and then make our way towards Kiava Gamma. We'll probably be interrupted by dealing with the next step of the mission, so may not make too much progress. And then we also still have the station where they all came from as well to deal with. So, plenty of gene stealers in the future. And this is all from Kibellah's mission, apparently. At least that's how it seems like. I wonder if Solomon is going to have anything more. He hasn't really been popping up anything aside from dealing with the Heartless. Maybe once we get to our other world, Darkonia? Isn't that what it is? Darkonus. Yeah, Darkonus. So yeah, maybe something more will pop up from him when we get to Darkonus. Did ask us to go there. Actually, no, yeah, he still has an active quest. Yeah, this one jives. Yeah, audience with RBDs. Okay, yeah, maybe. So yeah, Solomar's not quite done yet. Well, anyways, after all that. So yeah, more Rogue Trader tomorrow. Then day after will be continuation of Rimworld. Might be the final of our current run, or might be the day after. Either way, I'm thinking 1 or 2 more streams for Rimworld for our little Odyssey run. Yeah, we really don't have much left. It's just confronting the mech cluster. Yeah, people are armed. I mean, like, we could just spend time trying to build up the hydroponics bay. But otherwise, we don't have anything left to do aside from dealing with the final event. Yeah, so potentially the next streams for Rimworld may be a short one. So anyways, yeah, Rimworld ending sometime this week, most likely. Then moving on to Abiotic Factor while we wait for mods to come out and update for from Rimworld. So yeah, I saw some interesting mods already. So I'm really curious as how they'll be once we finish our look at Abiotic Factor. Might do a full run, might not. Yeah, it'll depend on how things come with that. So that's coming up for our next block. And then Saturday will be continuation of Phoenix Point, where things aren't looking quite as dire as last time. Yeah, actually feels like we're making progress with that now. And then a Sunday will be, of course, back to Rogue Trader. So, anyways, nothing else. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, there's always my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_W, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. Otherwise, if you do not use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central, usually give or take 30 minutes, regardless though of those odd start and end times. Towards the middle is more reliable I'm here, and as I said, I do try to stream every day. So, that being said, thank you once again for watching. Thank you all to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you and goodbye.